All right, good morning, everybody. Sorry, trying to get the get ATC up and rolling. Happy Sunday, everybody. Good morning from Charlotte Douglas International. A nice Charlotte show for you folks today. All right. I guess ATC is not going to work for us. Oh yeah, I know. I forgot to change the air nav. Sorry, I was a little late getting here this morning. Give me a second. I'll change the air nav. I was trying to handle a couple of things here this morning. It's like nothing wants to work for me either. Like nothing on YouTube wants to work. I'm not having any kind of internet issues or anything. Just things just not happy and not cooperating this morning. Hopefully y'all can hear me okay. Hopefully that's no different. 59 folks watching. Again, good morning. We got a little time here before we get to the action here. It's the first time I've ever had ATC Live not work for me here in Charlotte. Let's see if we can hear approach. I'm running through all of them to see if they'll work, but it doesn't look like any of them are going to work for us today. If I could get just something, some sort of sound here. But again, it doesn't look like ATC Live is going to work for us. We'll try and see. We'll keep it on, keep it going. But it has changed. It looks like ATC Live has changed their thing a little bit here. And wouldn't you guys know it? The one day that I don't start before 10 a.m. here in Charlotte, wouldn't you know it, Etihad would come in on center. Some little,
Somebody 8-2 Charlie Golf has information, Romeo now.
Alright, there's something.
Somebody 8-2 Charlie Golf, thank you.
So this is approach. Trying to get the main tower to work. I don't know why it's not.
Charlie Golf, set to the right.
So at least we know it's working. It's got some sun country off to the distance. Let's just leave it alone for right now. If it works, it works. If it don't, it don't. I'm gonna be a little disappointed if it don't, but you know how it goes when it comes to doing these shows. Sometimes things work, sometimes things don't. So, again, good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Queen City once again here in Charlotte. Well, wait, we might have something here. Oh no, is it the same one? Yeah, it didn't change. What is wrong with this thing? Alright, I'll try again in a minute. Let's close it out. Maybe it's confusing it. Sounds like we got a departure headed this way. They are on the 18, soon to be 19 this morning. Well, maybe not. Maybe that was on the other side. Do have a couple headed out for departure. There's an A319 right in front of that one. Here comes a departure. So, if you guys are new to Charlotte and you guys have never heard me mention it before, we come to Charlotte for the movement, not the variety. If you don't know anything about Charlotte, well, this is what you're in store for most of the day. Some American Airlines action. We love Charlotte. Love the movements here. Very, very busy. The air quality's not been the greatest the last few days, from what I understand. Looking at weather apps and weather things, had a lot of air quality alerts the last couple of days. Of course, we started the show. Does a little on the slower end right now to get started, but there will be tons of action to come. Mike and Patty with a $2 super chat. Hello from Rock Hill. Welcome to Charlotte. Stay cool. Thank you so much, Mike and Patty. Gonna try to do our best to stay as cool as possible. Miss Carolina gifting out a Carolina Aviation membership. That one going out to Sam. There goes that A319 we saw a minute ago, or A320. So we'll see Etihad later this afternoon for departure. You know what? I actually feel like I made the right decision this weekend by coming down here instead of being in Raleigh. Raleigh's supposed to be 100 degrees today, close to it, 99 degrees, something like that. So I definitely feel like I kind of made the correct decision on coming down here instead of staying at home. Right now, nice breeze blowing through. No worries there. Alright, let's try ATC Live one more time here while we've got a brief moment. Alright, it's open. We'll see if it works. Again, there's not a lot of traffic right at this moment in time. A couple of arrivals coming up from the south here, it looks like. I was kind of hoping they would be on the 3.6s as opposed to the 18s today. No such luck, unfortunately, but that's okay. I prefer the departure shot from 3.6 from right here. We probably could have done an episode of the show over on the other side, but we'll save that one for a later date. I know we keep talking about going over there, not every time we come up here, but where you guys can get a good view of downtown or uptown Charlotte, I should say. It's hard to, there's not a whole lot to see over there. It's very, very, very loud over there with all the CRJs. halfway to 100 likes in the first 30 minutes of the show. We did this on Thursday. You guys can definitely get us a lot of likes today. So keep the likes coming. Greatly appreciate that. Once again. A321. Had that Miami 777 touchdown already. See the tail there in passing while we're trying to snag these departure shots. There's that 777 tail just on the right side of your screen. Hey, now remember, we have a fun game here. Don't have to, for my channel members, unless it's an American Heavy or an American Special livery, we don't necessarily need to spam the chat with the American emoji, right? But if you see anything that is not American, unless it's Sun Country, which we don't have, if it's not an American Airlines, feel free to spam the chat with that emoji. One change I'm a little sad about, by the way. They have torn up our favorite taxi, or well, my favorite taxiway. But you know what that means? That means we get the S-curve taxiway all day. So this taxiway being torn up finally because of the new runway. So again, if you see anything and you are a channel member and you have the emojis, of course, unless you're using an Apple device, I think somebody said Apple is still having issues with the emojis. I do have the new Etihad emoji up, brought to you by our good friend Scott.
569 departure.
There we go. Finally, ATC Live is working. Hopefully you guys can hear that just fine. Hopefully I don't need to make too many adjustments to the audio. So that's the game for this afternoon as we roll on. Anything non-American Airlines, fair game for the emojis. Unless it's a heavy or a special. Not sure if we've got any specials today. Barb G, good afternoon.
Left 140 and departure, American 23.
did not make it to the museum this time. I was going to go over to the museum like I always do to look for new merchandise over there, but unfortunately I got here late enough yesterday. They're not open very long, by the way. If you decide you ever want to come down here to the Sullenberger Museum, today it's only open from like 12:30 to 4. Yesterday and the rest of the week it's only open from 10:30 or 10 to 4. So we didn't make it over to the Sullenberger Museum today. I like to look for new models and such every time I go over there.
Departure, thank you, American 2127.
All right, let's get over to some arrivals here. Looking at a distance a little over a mile away for the arrivals. Again, air quality down here in Charlotte, not the greatest the last few days. Seems like we say that every time we come down here lately. The last couple of times we come down here, it's been really hazy.
Visual 18 left, going to Modern Aviation.
So remember, if you guys are just tuning in, you've never seen Charlotte before, you've never seen us do a show here, this shot right here is a little over a mile away from where we are to the center line of that runway.
All right, clear to land, 18 left, we'll expect a left turn off.
Saw the overlook in passing there in this shot. Got a baby bus coming this way. Looks like an A319.
140,
so, when that one gets off the runway, I'll show you what I'm talking about the S-curves here for the taxiways here in Charlotte.
Over departure, Bridge 5199.
Gosh, everything works so much better here. It's weird. 81 likes so far. Keep them coming. Again, we want to be like we were on Thursday evening. Thursday evening, an absolutely spectacular event. Here comes that one across the taxiway. The taxiway looks great around sunset. Another opportunity to spam the chat. Delta A220. That's a first. I don't think we've ever seen the A220 here in Charlotte. There's a good look at that taxiway coming across. I am a little sad, like I said, start the show. They've taken up our favorite taxiway over here in front of us, unfortunately. And once again, by the way, we are streaming in 4K. It should look even better today than it does at RDU, given the fact that we've got the internet power here to turn up settings and make settings a little bit different. Good shot of this one coming to the gate. Got a decent pilot cam here in Charlotte. So I think now, somebody who works here will inform us, I'm sure. I don't know if The loop down at the end of the runway is operational. I know when they're on this particular runway set, it is not. When they're on the 18s. Yeah, my ATC Live is just not working the way it's supposed to. Didn't hear them call either one of those in. All right, so an update here on some updates or on some aircraft, some specials. Stand Up to Cancer 1203, USA 250 coming in at 1236. That one coming in from JFK 737-800. Hopefully that'll come center, but I doubt it. Stand Up to Cancer is going to go out to LAX. AirCal coming in from Syracuse at 2 o'clock. Piedmont 226. Piedmont out at 4:07. Piedmont returning at 9:18. Of course, we're not going to be here that late. Looks like we're going to have the mass movement of the ERJs. Speaking of CRJs, we've got one coming in from White Plains, followed by a United Express from Houston. That one flying in at 2 hours, so we'll get those arrivals in a moment. We've got Contour Airlines getting ready for their departure. Another ERJ. Minutes to the bottom of the hour. Hopefully we can reach that 400 light goal, or that 100 light goal, by the bottom of the hour. Sounds like we've got somebody getting ready for departure. There you go, an A321. We'll see Etihad later for departure. Should come around here, that green line. Later this afternoon, around 2 o'clock, I believe, if I remember correctly. Again, the one day that I don't set up early and get on the air at 10 o'clock, Etihad decides to land at center. We have yet to catch Etihad landing center, unfortunately. That departure off to Tampa, American Airlines 889. As we have the United from Houston, the United Express E175. The American A319 off and rolling. So lots of planes to come around the corner here to get ready for departure. That A319, American Airlines 2717 off to St. Louis. Next arrival, American Airlines 1791 coming in from Detroit. Another A319 arrival. There he is, our A319. Several coming around the taxiway here, E175. Next arrival, American 2043 coming in from New York. Coming in from LaGuardia, 737. 800. Nice smoky arrival. American 317 from DFW, an A321. So we use a Nikon for our broadcasting. I need to rent another camera and see if we like it. I'd like to get this one back to doing photography work. So it's not as stable as an actual video camera. That's what I need. I'm gonna shy away from that and go over here to Contour. Good shot of Contour Airlines. All right, Contour off to Muscle Shoals. American 3009 coming in from Phoenix, Arizona, an A321. So there's trying to get ATC to work again. I don't understand what's going on here. Why that does not want to work for me today. Normally I have no issues with that working. Today, no such luck. Look at everybody crossing that taxiway there. Next arrival, coming in from Nashville, Tennessee, 737-800. As you see our Phoenix, Arizona A321 in the picture. Here comes our 737 from Nashville. Nice smooth arrival. Another one. American 2278 from West Palm Beach. Another 737 making an odd flight path here. We've got a couple of Frontiers coming in, but they're going to looks like they're going to come in behind us, unfortunately. So we get a 7-3 on the move. Got our United from Houston. That A319 departure off to Destin, Fort Walter. A321 up for departure. Pretty good there. whole line of planes waiting to cross center. So we go back to the old school, the way we used to talk about this in a mass crossing here. No east runway activity, unfortunately. Just center and the far right runway. That's the problem with going where we go. I mean, even it doesn't actually matter where you go in Charlotte. You can't. If we're doing a show, it's really hard to see all three runways. Even if you're over at the overlook, you can kind of see the east side, but it's not very easy. And then everything over here is so tiny. There's nothing to look at when you have downtime. You can't even see this taxiway over here from there right now, due to all of the construction and such going on. I am ready for them to get that new runway completed. That way it is a little bit closer to us. It makes it a little more interesting. Last departure off to Tulsa. American Airlines 2853. See, here we go, the mass crossing. Next Seymour Johnson show, I have absolutely no idea. I have to take time off from work to bring you guys Seymour Johnson shows, unfortunately. And trying to save as much time off as I can for other things. I don't actually know. I actually don't think I've got too much time off left, to be honest. So, if you guys are just tuning in, make sure you all smash the like button. Trying to, a bit ambitious today on the likes. Hopefully we can get to 1,000 likes today. If not, that's okay. Like I said, I was feeling a little ambitious when I said that. Last time we were here, though, we did hit 1,100 likes the last time we were here in Charlotte. So hopefully we'll be able to do that again today. Yeah, I wish I didn't have to take time off to go to Seymour Johnson. Mike and Patty getting gifted a Carolina Aviation membership from Brian Lloyd. By the way, it being the first Sunday of June, I have 5 Carolina Aviation memberships to gift out later this afternoon. Hopefully we'll get some more folks tuning in here. We'll be able to gift out some memberships, because I still try to get ATC Live to work. You guys are saying it's working for you guys, but are you guys using a cell phone or are you using a computer? As of right now, my cell phone does not want to play it. Yeah, it's very, very hot down at Seymour Johnson, especially today. It'd be 100 degrees down there, no shade, nowhere to hide from nothing. It's kind of a miserable place in the summer, and I'm not about to try to take a canopy out there and then be like, no, to try to hide from the heat. So if you guys, if you know about Seymour Johnson, you know that where you have to spot at is in the middle of nothing. There's no, it's a big wide open field on both sides of the road. So there's a whole lot of yeah, so we go up to Dulles when we have time. That's one we haven't hit since 4th of July last year. I'd really like to hit up Dulles again, but it's so expensive to put on these shows, bring you guys stuff outside of RDU, but we try our best to do so. Dulles being a 4.5-hour trip. Usually if we do that, I either leave early Saturday morning or I try to leave late on Friday. We probably should have done that this weekend instead of Charlotte, but that's my mistake. Been itching to get my butt back up to DC. Yeah, ATC Live's just not having it. Never had this problem with it down here. But anyway, no big deal. Yeah, we have the mountains here as a backdrop, that is for sure. Kind of see the mountains today. Like I said, the air quality's not been great this time, but there you go. There's some of the mountains off in the background. Yeah, that's awful. I'm on like departure or arrival or something. I don't know what's going on with ATC Live for me. Yeah, I can't handle that.
Good approach, King Air 3050 Alpha. We have Bronco on flight. We can cancel IFR.
Of course. Man, we should have stayed in Raleigh today. Sun Country, the retro livery is coming to RDU today at 4:40. Dang. I've been wanting to see that one there for Sun Country. That retro livery. We caught that, their yellow, orange, whatever, the yellow one, while we were down in MCO. Not MCO, MYR, Myrtle Beach. Last arrival coming in from Raleigh. There you go. American at 2381 from our neck of the woods. Is that A321 right there? Frontier around the corner. Again, another opportunity for the channel members to spam the chat with a different airline. So we'll see this Frontier, and there's another one coming right behind it. There were two that came in off the east side of the airport a little bit ago. This one and another. So we'll catch it in just a few minutes. Right? There's the other southwest, the other Frontier arrival. So again, good morning everybody. Almost noon, almost lunchtime. Hopefully everybody's able to watch it in 4K today. Again, broadcasting as always in 4K. Bring you guys a little something different today, outside of our normal. Where is that Frontier? Got a 777 coming up from Frankfurt. Maybe we'll have this one land center or right side. Looks like it's flying wide. So we saw this morning, before we got on the air, Etihad flew wide like this one from Frankfurt. Again, a 777-200 ER for American Airlines. Maybe we'll see that one land center. $139 likes. Another nice sounding A319 departure. Off to Pittsburgh, American Airlines 2295, off to Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. The American 737 starts to get a move on. No, I don't. No permissions needed. Sometimes they'll come up and they'll ask me questions. Not the last time we were here in Charlotte, but one of the times before they come up and ask me questions. And then, of course, on Thursday when we were doing the show in Raleigh, PD come up and ask me some questions. So every once in a while you get some questions, but it's typically from people who just don't know what's going on and they call down and they're like, oh, there's somebody upstairs with a camera, blah, 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 blah. It happens, but I don't typically have to ask for permission. Good shot of this American 737. The Contour Airlines, ERJ, getting ready to come around here. Try to keep an eye on that 777 here the next few minutes here. Frankfurt. Hopefully they'll make an effort to bring us more 777s on this side for arrival. Most of the time they don't. Most of the time it is the east side. There is that Contour, ERJ. Departure off the Little Rock. Envoy 4146. Man, I didn't even think about it. There's a truck parked right next to us today, so I'm not gonna have any good shots off to the east, unfortunately. Sometimes we can get some pretty good shots off to the east, some of the arrivals, but it doesn't look like we're going to have that opportunity today, unfortunately. A couple waiting to cross the center. Keep an eye on that 777. Where's he at? Yeah, of course he did. That 777 making a hard left. Let's see if it decides to come center or if it will decide to go to the far right. Does look like, or far left. Looks like it's going to head over to the left, possibly. RD really doesn't have a dominant carrier like they do here with American Airlines. Like I said before, we talk about it every time we come down here. We come to Charlotte for the movements, not necessarily the variety, because obviously we've seen what? Frontier, Delta, and United, and one Southwest to start the day. First hour of the show. Everything else has been American Airlines. Ah, here we go. This is the shot I thought we were going to have a moment ago, but looks like that other one going the other way. 150 likes so far. Thank you all for smashing the like button. First hour of the show. Let's see. I don't know how long that new runway is going to be. I think it's supposed to be around the same length as all the rest of them. I don't think it's going to be any longer or shorter than any of the other runways. Not like at RDU where the new runway is going to be a little bit longer than the current runway. Yeah, it does. It looks like that 777 is going to go to the left. Possibly center, but I highly doubt it. Got a Delta coming in over there right now. It looks like it's going to fall in line behind the Delta and the American that's coming in over on the east side. Is American 737. This is the one we saw push back a minute ago, I think. Speaking of Delta, little CRJ action for Delta Connection. I think the one touching down now, though, is going to be a 737, possibly for Delta. So we're up on top of the hourly parking garage for the show today. You can see the park from here. We were over there this morning, as always, before the start of a show. We were over there hanging out a little bit. Let's see. Yeah, that 777 from Frankfurt's going to come in over on the other side, unfortunately. Again, we should see the Etihad departure around 2 o'clock. Those are Contour Airlines. A couple of ERJ and a CRJ making their way out. Little exec jet touching down over there on the other side. Trying to see if we can see that 777 arrival. It's coming. That one there, flying exclusive, coming in from ADS Dallas. Cessna Citation XL. 2 hours and 4 minutes of flight time. There is that 777 from Frankfurt. Get a little bit of it before we get that truck in our shot. Our A319 departure. There's our Cessna Citation XL from Dallas. Oh, stand up to cancer. One of our first special liveries of the day. Oh, that'll be nice. Turf runway. So there you go. If you guys weren't here before and your channel members, you're able to spam the chat for special liveries for American Airlines, along with all other airlines that are not American, as well as heavies. We'll stick with Stand Up to Cancer here. time is Etihad's departure today? Etihad, estimated 3 o'clock. Back to Abu Dhabi. So 3 more hours here for that departure. Looks like we got American Airlines 785 coming in from Munich, another 777 coming in over on the far right side, unfortunately. Or far left side, excuse me. So stand up to cancer, our first special arrival of the day. Got the 777-300 from London coming up in 35 minutes. Of course, that one will go to the other side. Speaking of ERJs, got another Contour Airlines ERJ touching down. We got a Southwest coming up in just a few minutes as well. I saw that one a moment ago. Looks like stand up to cancer is going to go around to the other side of the parking garage here. Southwest 4725 coming in from Nashville, Tennessee, arriving number 2. 46 minutes of flight time from Nashville, Tennessee. As Contour makes its way down the taxiway. Pushback of an A321. 180 likes. Thank you all for smashing the like button. My thing still doesn't want to roll over. Nothing seems to be wanting to work for me today. It's been a rough start to the show. Southwest. Next arrival from Nashville. Boy, we really messed up today. Got a fighter jet coming in over on the left side. Don't know what kind, can't see it. I saw it too late. Some sort of fighter. I'm trying to see if I can see it go by. Not enough time there. Man, we really goofed up, huh? Being on this side. So if anybody saw that or has it up on ADSB or whatever, let me know what that is. Triple 7-300 ER from London coming up in a little bit. That one over on the other side will be. Southwest will be making its way this way in just a moment. Colby coming home from Kentucky. $192 likes. Robbie was in Vancouver yesterday. In this Southwest from Nashville, Tennessee. Getting close to 200 likes here. Thank you all for continuing to smash the like button. Almost six away from that 200 like mark. 4 away now. So thank you all for continuing to do that. We come to Charlotte because we wanted to bring you guys something a little bit different. We try to travel at least once a month. Last month was the air show. This month, some more Charlotte action. I feel like I should have went to DC instead, though. For some reason, Charlotte today feels different. Like it feels really slow. Normally we're really, really busy here in Charlotte. Today, nowhere near as busy. We've got Etihad over on the other side. Got a couple of movements over here. I was actually sitting here debating on moving. was debating on putting this on pause a few minutes, and possibly making a move over to the other side. We don't ever spot from the other side, given how slow it is as of right now this afternoon. And again, like I said, we don't spot from the other side very often. Might be good later this afternoon. Not exactly sure what I want to do just yet. Waiting on there's a CLT truck over here. Waiting to figure out what they're going to do, whether or not they're going to come over here and say, hey, what's up, or what's going on here. United Express. Got a couple lined up ready for departure. A couple more here. Got some more coming around the corner. No, they gotta move on. I didn't figure they'd bother us too much today. Hopefully they won't anyway. All right, sorry. Trying to have a little spot of lunch here. Normally I don't do this during the show, but me and Miss Carolina got a little leftovers from last night. Went and ate at our favorite Mexican restaurant that we like to go to when we come to Charlotte. So having a little lunch here. Yeah, there's a lot of things going on at RDU today. I feel like we're at RDU as slow as Charlotte is. I did see a news article or a video talking about come September, October, they may be cutting certain flights from Charlotte because of the fuel issues. So that'll be yet to be seen, of course. If fuel prices do come down before then, I'm sure they won't cut too many of those flights. I think so too. I definitely feel like, though, that this is the slowest I've ever seen it here. Like, we've been on the air, what, an hour and a half, and I feel like we've seen nowhere near as much as what we normally see here. So it seems like there's something different happening. Carolyn, good afternoon. Yeah, I don't think we've had nowhere near the amount of time just standing around like we are right now here before. Like, very interesting situation here today. Yesterday was busy. We got down here around 3 o'clock yesterday, 3:30, 4 o'clock, almost 5. It was somewhere around in there. We got close. And it was pretty busy. Today, though, as you can see, not so much. Which, like I said, is odd for a Sunday at Charlotte. Again, Etihad's not leaving until about 3 p.m. I feel like that's late. Normally they leave around 2 p.m. So Etihad a little bit delayed this afternoon. The sun's not playing around either. It's definitely nowhere near as hot here, though, as it is projected to be in Charlotte this afternoon. Nice 2-for-1 shot there. That one coming across our the taxiway. Comes at 777-300ER from London, landing over on 18 left. We should have done the show from over there. Today, interesting day over there. Well then, how about this? Get your emojis ready for that Etihad. Etihad being towed somewhere. 787 Dreamliner again. It's supposed to go out at 3 o'clock, but well, this shot looks like it's telling a little bit different story, huh? So the new Etihad emoji is there for you guys to use. This, like I said, this is interesting. Oh, that'd be nice to be walking around with a jacket on, as it is sweltering hot out here. Good to see Etihad, but not like this. I don't know if it's coming over to a gate over here, maybe. Did anybody know, did they start moving the Etihad arrival? Ooh, starting to get warm out here. Kind of anxious to figure out where they're taking this Etihad. Ah, that makes sense. They so they do this in RDU too when the A350 is back in service for Air France. So they'll finish towing this one off to the A gates. This is quite the interesting afternoon, isn't it? Got a Mad Dog coming in from Detroit, Delta 2684. A Boeing 717-200 up next. 1 hour and 8 minutes for the Mad Dog from Detroit. And this isn't it. Is it? No. Yeah, it is. Didn't look like it there at first. I really do think this is the quietest I've ever seen Charlotte. It's definitely going to get busy later. There's a lot of planes coming in. Another 777 later coming in from Paris. American Airlines 787 from Paris, France. 40 minutes for that one. Of course, it'll go to the left. Cessna 310R coming in on the left, coming in from Rocky Mount, up around our neck of the woods. Got that pushback of American as the Mad Dog comes across our S taxiway over there. Yeah, I've never done a show from here and it be this quiet, ever. But that's the way it is sometimes. Sometimes you're busy here, and I guess other times you're not. It's part of the risk you take when you take these trips. You just never know what you're going to end up with. So again, that 717 from Detroit a few minutes ago. A couple of CRJ, ERJs coming up. There it is. Miss Carolina saying when we hit 250 likes, she'll gift out a membership. Again, I have memberships to gift. I was expecting it to be a little bit busier than it is, so we could gift out those memberships. We'll gift those out here in just a little bit. Matter of fact, we'll gift those out right here in just a minute. But anyway, continue to smash the like button if you haven't already. Good look at our 717, the old Mad Dog from Delta Airlines. Again, that one from Detroit, Michigan, just a few minutes ago. As we turn back to the American firing engines, so 252 likes. So Miss Carolina's got one to gift out. I've got one to gift out. So that'll be a total of 7 Carolina Aviation memberships. All right, so the first set of memberships for June have been gifted. So 6 memberships right here for you guys. Congratulations, everybody who got gifted a membership. So congratulations, everybody. Hope everybody who wanted a membership was gifted a membership again. All random, no influence or control over those gifted memberships. All done at random. Congratulations, everybody. Looks like things might be picking up here shortly. American Airlines 1295 coming in from Washington, D.C. An A319, our next arrival. Back a little further than I thought he was going to be. There he is. Our A319 arrival. Ashley gifting out 5 more, so that's 12 memberships today. Thank you, Ashley. Again, thank you everyone for the support. Congratulations to this 12, not 17. Why did I say 17? 12 folks gifted a membership today. got something going on. Fire trucks rolling out here. We'll see what we got going on in just a few minutes. Again, I can't get ATC Live to work, so apologies for that. That is normally not a thing for us here. Normally, ATC Live always works, but for whatever reason today, not happening. Let's get a couple of fire trucks here. Moving around. See, are they going to line up center here? See where this first one goes. They all might be coming straight across. One of them headed closer here to us, so maybe whatever plane is having an issue is going to come center here. We have seen this here before, so we got the wee-woos out here early. First 2 hours of the show. Again, remember, if you guys are able to enjoy the show in 4K, please do so. See what happens here. As of right now, I don't see anybody on flight radar coming to center. They're still allowing departures. As of right now, you can hear another one getting ready to get a move on here. Yeah, they're. I don't see anybody for center just yet. Got another fire truck joining the party here, so maybe there's. So we're gonna have what, 4 fire trucks as of right now? Is there any further, any further down? Doesn't look like it. So will this fire truck that's rolling up come and park with this one? Let's find out. What? All right, so the fire trucks lined up both in this taxiway and this taxiway here. So I assume they're going to try to get as many of the departures out of here before whatever emergency is arriving. Hey, there we go. A little Frontier action here. Up for departure. That's weird. I wonder what they're waiting on. Again, I don't have eyes on anything for center as of right now. Both those taxiways covered. So we got this A321 here pushed back. So American Airlines 2044. It's supposed to be heading to Bermuda. So we'll see. We'll see if the emergency makes its way back in here. See if I can find it on flight radar. Oh yeah, I see it now. Took off on the left side over there, or the right side I should say. Left side. So I'll be keeping an eye on that one. See what they decide to do here. And of course, they're going to have to get them back in line. There's another fire truck waiting too. So you got one waiting over here on their hard stand from the other side. So whatever's going on, major enough that they've pulled out four fire trucks on it. So again, remember you guys, smash the like button if you guys haven't. I set our like goal a little ambitious today. bring the camera down just a little bit. It's getting really, really hot. I have a feeling it's going to start overheating here in a minute. Yeah. Got a PSA Airlines from Melbourne, JIA 5299 making a very sharp, short approach. Got a couple of them filing into position. Got several arrivals off in the distance. Next arrival, American Airlines 1857 coming in from DFW. 2 hours of flight time. We'll see that one in just a minute. Still got some traffic coming across the taxiways. Have that next arrival in just a minute. I need to get back on our American Airlines 2044 just so I know when it gets a little bit closer here. Things finally getting ready to pick back up here. Hashtag hub life. Wish the clouds would roll in and stick around. Getting quite hot. Frontier on the move. Oh, that camera's hot. All right, looks like American Airlines 2044, what we assume is an emergency, looks like it's coming back around to come back in. You see the Etihad tail there, almost center of your screen. But we have we've got an A319 coming back in. So Etihad right there in the center of your screen. Next arrival, American 2110 coming in from Memphis, an hour and 10 minutes for the 737. I'm trying not to get off of that A319 too much here. Very nice, smooth arrival for that 737. So the one we saw land a moment ago is just sitting right there on the left side of your screen. So they've been out there about 38 minutes, by the way, that American 2044. Here comes that A321 finally. Sitting out there for a hot few minutes. Fire truck's still hanging. Looks like it's number 5 for arrival, but again, it'll be number 1 for center here in just a minute. Yep, ATC Live not working today. CRJ arrival, or an ERJ, one of the two. We've got another Delta Mad Dog coming up in just a minute. Delta 2157, another one from Atlanta. The first one we had was from Detroit a little while ago. That one will be coming in just before American 2044. Again, American 2044 coming in on this side. No, I don't know what's going on with this one, but it will be coming in. It'll be coming in center here just after the Atlanta flight, the Mad Dog, the Boeing 717. So finally, we're back to traffic here. Things moving around. We'll start handing out flight info again in just a few minutes. Let's get this emergency in here first, just so I don't lose track of it on flight radar. There is our 717 from Atlanta, so should be seeing that A319 here in just a moment. Again, that A319 going to come in here center. Several fire rescue vehicles lined up along the runway center. Probably just a mechanical issue of some sort. Here's the one we're all waiting for right here, finally. That emergency is supposed to be headed to Bermuda, now on its way back. Here, center. So they'll stop on the runway here. All the fire trucks will make their way to this vehicle, or this airplane. Ten likes away from 300. If you guys haven't smashed the like button yet, please do so. Everything right now looking good with that one. I don't see any smoke, flames, blown tires, or anything like that. Making a nice smooth touchdown here. Not sure what's happening with this one. But an emergency landing here. This one's supposed to be headed off to Bermuda. Back after about 40 minutes of flying out there, doing a couple of loops. So not a whole lot of info for us on this one. Hey, hey, hey. A little bit of a surprise here. Number 3 in line. 4 in line, our Paris flights. The American 777-200ER, American 787 from Paris. Coming in over on the far right side. Looks like they're going to get that A319 underway again. Fire crew is no longer going to follow that one, so it must be cleared to head to the gate. Again, this one coming in, been out in the air about 45 minutes or so. Left here, headed to Bermuda, coming back for an emergency landing, now back. Stand up to Cancer. We saw that arrival a little while ago. Now coming around here for departure. Can we have that 777 from Paris? Far right side. service arrival for that 777. No, it's not windy here now, unfortunately. It was a little windy earlier. Now it's really the air's gotten a bit stale here. It's hot and cloudy. Some small periods of the sun here, but not too many. Yeah, I can't, like I said, I couldn't get it to work no matter what I try to do. Yeah. So we've got Stand Up to Cancer livery that we're getting ready to leave here in just a minute. Let's see, where are they off to? They're off to Phoenix, Arizona. American Airlines 2902 off to Phoenix from here in Charlotte. A little double Delta action here. Here is that 717 from Atlanta a few minutes ago. Just before our emergency arrival. Yeah, I wish it was windy here. Help cool me and the equipment down. It is starting to get a little bit cooler now. So Christopher Brown, from here to Centerline over there where that 777 landed is a little over a mile. Got Southwest coming up in just a moment here after this CRJ departure. That Southwest came in from Nashville, Tennessee earlier this afternoon. Headed to St. Louis as Southwest 176, 737-700 as we continue to check out our 777 from Paris. Yeah, you're looking at a little bit more than a mile from where I'm standing to Centerline over there. Where that 777 just touched down. Fareed, good evening, or good afternoon, I should say, not evening, or possibly good morning. Southwest off to St. Louis. Stand Up to Cancer's number 2 or 3. Number 2, there's another CRJ. ERJ up next. Yeah, that's part of the reason why I did not want to stick around Raleigh. Although it is currently 92 degrees here in Charlotte. METAR says it's 84, but that is such a lie. Do the mass crossing here. Really kind of wish the winds would change direction. What little wind there is. It does feel like it's blowing from behind me right now. Like it's coming in from the north, but no expected wind change today, according to the Windy app. All right, so we turn in, getting ready for Stand Up to Cancer. That'll be our next departure here. Again, this one off to Phoenix, Arizona. Got several pushing back over here. A couple of A321s. One coming around. There are the two that are working on pushing back right now. One looks like it might be a 737. Judging by the tail. Got another 777 from London in an hour and 35 minutes. Got a couple minutes here for our next arrival. Next arrival from New York, JFK. American Airlines 493. An hour and 17 minutes of flight time for the 737-800. That one arriving in just 2 minutes. It's that other A321 coming around here for departure. Pressurization related. That makes sense. If they didn't make it over 6,000 feet, then that's probably what it was then. Pressurization issue. The A320. There we go. We got a nice breeze blowing now. I hope it'll stay nice and cloudy like this for the remainder of the day. We've got a couple more minutes here for that next arrival. That 737 from JFK. All right, so last departure, that A321 off to Los Angeles, American Airlines 352. Again, American Airlines 2957, our next arrival. That one coming from Las Vegas, an A321. There's our A321 from Vegas. I wonder how many Canes fans are on board this flight after their loss last night. Got one being towed over here to the gates. Etihad now looks like about an hour and 15 to 20 minutes, 30 minutes out for their departure. You see Etihad right here in front of us. They brought this over here to the A gates after unloading their normal customs side. Got the ERJ on the move now. Not very big on the busy periods today, are we? You know, I actually saw I saw a video on this little fun fact right here the other day. Miss Carolina's throwing up there, talking about how tomato juice tastes different on an airplane. So sitting at 336 likes. Hopefully you guys are enjoying this Charlotte show. Again, a little slower than we anticipated. Normally Charlotte's very, very busy. We've got a United and a Southwest coming up here in just a little bit. A couple of CRJs on final. It is a little different for us here. It's a lot more chill than normal. Couple of CRJs coming in. There's that other one. This one an ERJ. All right. Next arrival, we got two more Americans here before the United. United looks like it might be coming center, coming in from Washington Dulles. But our next arrival is going to be American Airlines 2828 coming in from Tampa. 737-800. Next arrival, American Airlines 2154 coming in from Minneapolis, an A319. 18 right for arrival. So we've had what? Just one arrival for center, and that was our emergency flight that was headed to Bermuda. Comes our United Express from Washington Dulles. That's south. Is that Southwest? A little parallel action here. There's our United. Now we turn back to Southwest. For that arrival. Give you the flight info on Southwest in just a moment. Southwest coming in from Chicago Midway. Traveling Geek, good afternoon. Well, you guys remember me talking about sunglasses? I got another pair of sunglasses, as you can see. But I can't see the screen. This is why your host is almost blind, because I can't wear sunglasses because I can't see the chat, the screen, nothing. They're polarized, so it makes it to where I can't see nothing. I can see the camera screen, I just can't see what you guys are talking about. Which is good. I can see things a lot better. Sitting at 347 likes. Thank y'all for smashing the like button. I feel like we're going to get to about 600 to possibly 700 likes today. Hopefully we'll meet our like goal. Kind of a slow start to the day today for whatever reason. Not just for the show itself, but for Charlotte itself. Again, a very slow afternoon. Southwest crossing center. You're going to see United Express here in a second. Southwest will be making its way up here right in front of us in just a moment. Next arrival, American Airlines 3080 from Syracuse. 737 going an hour and 30 minutes. Yeah, we're hanging out here in Charlotte today. Give you guys our once a month travels here. AirCal, one of my favorite retro liveries. Saw this one the last time we were here in Charlotte, along with the Stand Up to Cancer. So if you're interested in American Airlines special liveries, Charlotte is definitely the place to see them. So we'll get back to AirCal in just a moment. We've got a 717, the old Mad Dog, ready to go. This one back to Detroit, I believe. That Southwest 737 going to turn in here in front of us in just a moment. AirCal coming across the field. Again, that one coming from Syracuse, New York. American Airlines 3080. Nice. Taking that 717 up to Detroit. Never flown on the 717. Again, this is one of my favorite retros, the AirCal. AirCal sliding across there. Can you see it just fine with yours? Barely see it. How you want to do this? All right, we got a new cameraman on the point here. Following AirCal. Hey, is AirCal gonna be a nice surprise and come over here to the A gates up close, possibly gate A7? Ooh, this should be a nice surprise. So AirCal possibly over here to yeah, I saw a report talking about Charlotte was going to drop even more flights come September, October if the fuels continue to stay as high as they are. So Miss Carolina doing a pretty good job tracking AirCal here. Miss Carolina on the point. We gotta get her used to doing this in case I ever get sick and can't be out here. Got to teach her how to set up all the equipment one day, and case if something ever happens to me. Gotta keep it center. What are you doing? That is a good shot right there, AirCal. Nice to see one of my favorite liveries up close. I have some really good pictures of this one hanging out on the hard stand. It's not possible. You're missing one. You got this. Man, what a beautiful livery there, that AirCal. Except I did all the zooming. She didn't zoom any of it. She was just moving it from side to side. A little up and down. Miss Carolina's got to learn how to do this one of these days, so that, like I said, if I ever get sick or something happens, she's got to take over the show. She's just afraid is what it is. She's terrified. She won't even get on the mic. She won't do any of it. She's lame. Feel free to call her lame in the chat. I'm okay with that. She's okay with that.
Fine with that.
I tried to give her the headset and she was like, I ain't doing any of that. Ooh, sun is wide open now, and I feel like it's going to be wide open for the next few minutes. Good grief, hot out here. All right, next arrival we've got, of course, American Airlines 2336 coming in from Providence, Rhode Island, an A320-200, traveling an hour and 35 minutes of flight time. See that one here in just a second. It's almost out of ice now. Huh? We're on a flight from Providence. The A320. have to steal this fan away from the computer for a minute so I can try to cool down a little. The breeze has stopped blowing. So again, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you all for tuning in. Welcome to Charlotte once again. Next arrival is going to be Piedmont Airlines coming in from Chattanooga, Tennessee. 43-minute flight. I think that was would have thought that was a little bit longer of a flight than it actually is. ERJ 145. Got a 777 around here. Gonna line up here on the A gate. Oh, I'm sore. Went to a little boot camp action yesterday. Your host is a little sore. I know, need to live in an area where the weather is equal all year round. Whew. Like I said, scorcher here in Charlotte. A little bit of a breeze here. But again, if you guys are in the triangle, you know it's almost 100 degrees there, so we try to run from the heat this weekend. All right, the last two arrivals, one American Airlines 2073 from MCO. The other one, American Airlines 1651 from San Diego. Etihad is scheduled to depart around 3:18, so you're looking at about an hour away for that Etihad departure. Yeah, it's hot down here too. Trying to take all precautions to stay nice and cool. That's a pretty tall order when you're standing directly out in the sunlight for hours on end. Just trying to stay hydrated and cool that way. So again, another hour here for Etihad. And again, if you guys are just tuning in, a nice, well, I shouldn't say nice, slow day, but a very slow day here in the Queen City. What do you guys think? This is probably the slowest Charlotte show we've ever done, isn't it? Thank you, Ryan. Ryan hyping up the likes. Hopefully we'll get to 1,000 today. Probably sit closer to about 600-700, depending. It was a little ambitious on our like goal today. But hey, I figured after Thursday, maybe we can make it 4+ hours today. Yeah, we definitely will. We still have an hour for the Etihad departure. We've been on the air for 3.5 hours. Once me and the equipment get to a point where we can't last very long, then call it. Try to hold the umbrella over my head here for a minute. It's hot. Your host is working hard. Oh no, the camera's fine. I was messing with the fan a minute ago. It's more so me that's burning up right now. The camera is really, really hot, but I've already made the adjustments to it so that it doesn't freak out and shut off. It goes up here. I had it set up, but you messed it up. What are you doing? No. 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 Hold this.
Just right, you can either angle it at the thing or shift it and angle it.
I had So it's right there normally. Tries to cool it, but I'm not even running it in 4K. All right, so hopefully at least 375 likes today. Again, thank you all for smashing the like button. A couple of little CRJs on the way in. Yeah, Ryan, I do. I need an umbrella or a pop-up tent. Miss Carolina saying she'll gift out another Carolina Aviation membership if we can get to 500 likes this afternoon. You broke it. Why'd you break my umbrella? That is kind of better. Look at how short that is. Man, this is a really odd Charlotte show, y'all. I know this is got to be the lamest Charlotte show. I've never had this much time to stand around and mess with stuff in Charlotte than I have today. That is for sure. So again, AirCal hanging out here. We may just wait for Etihad and go home. I don't know. Got another hour for Etihad. There are a couple of specials coming, but at the rate we're going, it is really, really slow this afternoon. Never seen Charlotte this slow. What do you guys think? Have you guys ever seen it this slow here? Not one of our shows has ever been like this. And it being summer, it's definitely a little bit different. You'd think it being summertime, it would be a whole lot better. Brian Lloyd with a $2 super chat. This is for something cold to drink. Thank you so much, Brian Lloyd. Thank you for being a channel member for, what, almost 2 years now, if not 2 years. Some folks are getting ready to come up on their 3-year anniversaries here before too long, starting in September, October. I wonder if RDU's got the same problems we've got here. I wonder if it's ridiculously slow at home. Probably not. But I know it's hotter there. I wish it were windy here. The wind's died off now. It's like fighting for my life here to stay cool. Although I did say, you know, do I set up in the fire escape and get a whole lot of attention, or do I make a big mistake and regret my day by setting up exactly where we are today? I'm not regretting my day yet, but it is hot, 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 hot. I guess I can't complain too much since we've had such a cool start to the year. Nice cool spring and some very mild spring. Hey, we got a Mad Dog pushback. Boeing 717 for Delta. Pushing back over there from the A gates. More A gates. Ramona. 26 months of membership. So 2 years and 2 months for Ramona. I don't mind the heat too much if I can get away from it. But right now it's not one of those times where I can get away from it. Even if we were to turn the car on and run the air conditioner back here, I still don't think that it would come back here far or fast enough to cool me down. Would need a fan sitting right here on the back seat to pull the cool air to me. Yeah, they said that, I watched the news, one of the weather things on YouTube said it would be almost near record high temperatures today in Raleigh. So I think we definitely made the right choice of coming down here. Again, the biggest issue with Charlotte that we run into is there's nowhere to be in the shade. If we set up in the fire escape, we have the opportunity to stay cool, but then, like the last couple of times we set up in the fire escape, they come and they ask us what we're doing. They don't run us off, but they come to make sure that it's okay if we're hanging out up here and doing what we're doing. So I try, you guys know me, I try to draw as little attention as I can. So as not to, one, get kicked out of somewhere, and two, so as not to distract too much from you guys. So if you guys are just joining us, Etihad sitting over here at the A gates. They towed this one over here earlier. Scheduled departure time at 3:18 p.m. So another 45 minutes or so for that Etihad Dreamliner departure. That one coming in center while me and Miss Carolina were hanging out over at the Overlook this morning. We were gonna get out of bed and go over to the museum, but the museum doesn't open until noon. So we're like, all right, well, we can't do that. So we had the scheduled start time of 11 a.m. That one headed out for departure. This one right here in front of us headed out at now as well. Got American Airlines 1952 coming in from Los Angeles, an A321. I think this is our second LA flight today. we had one headed off to Los Angeles. Now this one coming in from LAX. Not even a puff of smoke for that one. Nice smooth touchdown. So we've seen Stand Up to Cancer, Air Cal. We've got the American 250 livery coming in later this afternoon as well. Again, along with that Etihad departure in about 45 minutes. I know, you can't ever get an accurate reading on anything from the weather things. But you know what you can do? You could pop the car on real fast and see what the car says the temperature is out here. Why? One more time.
No way, that's right.
96. Well, that's the ambient temperature of us sitting still, so yeah, it's probably right. According to the car at the moment, it says it's 96 degrees up here on the parking garage. Got plenty of liquid IV and water. I had to stop and buy us a case of water on the way. Yeah, the haze tells the story. Yeah, they were saying near record high temperatures today there, like I said, in Raleigh. 90, I think their forecast said 99 degrees for Raleigh today. I do know one thing, glad I'm not working on the ground. I feel bad for the guys that work down on the ground. 15 likes away from 400. We've got American Airlines 1930 coming up from Houston, Texas. 1 hour and 53 minutes of flight time. 737-800. Yeah, we're rocking the liquid IV, the water. I don't know what the humidity is out here. Luckily it's not too hot, doesn't seem like. There is our American from Houston. It almost feels like it might storm out here. But I don't think, we're not supposed to get any rain for the next few days, I don't think. So 7 likes away from 400. Continue to smash the like button here again. We're waiting on Etihad's departure. Another 30 minutes or so for that departure. All right, finally that 737 on the move. Speaking of 777s, I didn't even notice that this one here was hanging out over here at this gate. Oh, where'd that come from? I need to find my cooling towel. I haven't seen that since DC.
Oh, it's somewhere else. We've got like 5.
Yeah, I need to find one of those. Hey, the Mad Dog off to Atlanta. We saw it push back a minute ago. Now finally getting a move on back to Atlanta. Is this the same? No, it's not. I was gonna say, is this the same one that just left this gate? It is a different one. Hard to tell when they all look the same. Oh boy. Come on, Etihad. Sun is out in full force this afternoon. Now, it wasn't, but now the sun out in full force this afternoon. AirCal might be getting ready for their pushback. Nah, it's not a tank top. I kind of wish I would have brought a tank top. Now it's a, it's my regular, it's a polo, but I had to, you know, roll the sleeves up. It is way hotter than I anticipated. Well, it isn't hotter than I anticipated, but it is really, really warm. Where that other one went. All right, another departure. Long takeoff roll here for this 7378. Nice heavy departure. Let's find out where that's off to. Just slather down another layer of sunscreen here. Oh. All right, that's 737 off to Chicago O'Hare. Yeah, I had a pretty good workout yesterday, so my guns should be pretty pumped this afternoon. By the way, Miss Carolina hated it. I actually enjoyed it. Yesterday's workout. What are you looking for?
Where's the silver stuff that you
The what? Oh, I didn't. I left it under the mat in the car. It won't fit in these windows anyway. Sorry. Oh no, that doesn't work. This fan is dead, by the way. Touch it. Put your hand on it. Yeah. Well, I could plug it in and let it, you know, it'll run with it plugged in. It's fine. If you need it, you take it.
I legitimately do not. I promise you. Your camera needs it. I will not die.
No, the camera's fine. It's in 1080. Whoa, what do we got here? A little CRJ United action. That's not something we normally see here in Charlotte. We definitely don't see that in RDU very often. Got another arrival. American Airlines 1826 coming in from Key West. A319-100. There's our little United CRJ Express. Or United Express CRJ, excuse me. I need an airport right on the beach. Southwest pushing back. Still the movement out of our AirCal. I have a really good shot here of this Southwest 737. Getting ready for their pushback. One of the unique things that we haven't really talked about here for Charlotte is this one taxiway line, the paint on that being that Carolina blue, Carolina Panthers blue. $410 likes, almost 200 people watching. Do all this one-handed at the moment because I'm trying to hold the umbrella so I can cool off just a little. So again, Etihad in about 20 minutes or so now. Getting ready for that departure. AirCal, still no beacons on for that one, but it does look like it's primarily ready to go. Looks like we've got one getting ready to push back off gate A9. Another 737. So I did not have this on my bingo card today, Air Canada. Definitely did not have Air Canada on our bingo card today. You saw the CRJ ready for pushback or pushing back. It disappears back behind that thing. No wonder there's not been anybody going to the gate in front of us. Air Canada's been sitting there the entire afternoon. Looks like we got one landing center. American Airlines 2001 coming in from Jacksonville, 737-800. Our third center arrival of the day. Sorry, Miss Carolina and I are messing around. It's not often that I have somebody here with me who can help me engineer something interesting. So we were playing around with it for future shows while we have some time here. We're definitely running out of time though. Again, I did not think this one through. I should have went over to the other side today, because as soon as the sun gets to the computer, we'll see how the computer does, but I don't know how well it's going to hold up if we don't figure something out here in just a minute. This camera's getting almost too hot to touch. Nice arrival for the American 737. There's our Air Canada CRJ. 421 likes. Again, thank you all for smashing the like button. Apologies for not being in the chat too much. It's hard for me to see with my sunglasses on, but we're trying to make do. What are you doing? Are you wasting a sock? What? Yeah, somewhere around in there. What the hell are you doing? Why? For what?
Because the problem is that it slides down. I need a hole to stop it. I need a hole.
I don't know what to tell you. Yeah, dude. I thought you were gonna put use the hair ties like around it to hold it on there. I don't think it'll work. You can't get it around all that stuff. You have to do it before we start the show. Oh my goodness, Miss Carolina, I swear. All right, Southwest finally getting a move on. Got Air Canada up, waiting on Etihad. Scheduled departure time was 3:09 for Etihad, I believe. Last time we were down here, I feel like that was a 2 o'clock departure. Were we down here before time changed last time? Don't remember. Again, Air Canada, getting ready to go back to Toronto, I believe. I did try, by the way, I did try to find the Ramona with a $45 super chat. Can't read it. Took care of your parking and a couple of drinks. Stay cool, and thanks again for the stream. Thank you so much, Ramona. Ramona handling the parking today. Parking in Charlotte's expensive, by the way. I don't know how many of you guys know that. I actually think we talked about it the other day on the show. We were talking about how it's $35 here for parking. Yeah, until it falls over. This is quite hilarious. I wish you guys could see this.
Oh, they will.
I will
be posting photos.
I really wish you guys could be seeing this right now. Actually, you know what? You guys can see this. Hold on. Hold your horses. All this trickery going on in the background to put up the umbrella over the camera. Hair ties, bungee cords.
Whatever you can find in Miss Carolina's
Bag of tricks.
a sock. Don't forget the sock.
Oh yeah, we've got a sock.
Holy sock.
We've got a sock implemented in on this shade sail here as she knocks it down.
Sorry.
But yeah, there you go. A little behind the scenes things of what kind of shenanigans goes on when it's 96 degrees out here. What you need to do now, since I got you, we got the 3D printers, you need to 3D print something for this.
Yeah, but I don't want to make anything.
You don't want to design anything.
Printing is easy. People already made the crap. Me, I can't. It just takes time.
Need a scanner.
But that's not.
Huh?
It does, but you have to already have something semi-made, and then it's so it needs a base here with a holder for the longer one.
Because it has to pivot. It has to go around.
So it needs to be more synced to this, and then as this moves, it moves, and then it just has a special holder for it.
Give me another one of those hair ties. I got another one. Hey, here we go. Etihad, back to Abu Dhabi. Well, it didn't work. Never mind. That's not helping with the heat, though. It's getting hot under here too. We need the sunshade cut. But
I'll put that in the Carolina Aviation Amazon wish list.
that's what I was thinking, though. If you get some of those magnets
We do have.
and get another one of those and put it on piping out a little bit so that it creates a little bit longer thing, but it'll only work on your car. It won't work on mine.
Yeah, you need this one. So no matter what you're doing, there's no contingent. Oh, I need this specific car. I need to be in this specific spot. This will work. But you need that is actually heat resistant.
It's exactly the same.
Gonna go shopping on Amazon.
Thanks. Gonna look for solutions for this. Anyway, good evening, everybody. Or afternoon, I should say. Ow. Evan gonna be working down here for American. Hey, we're trying to, we're trying to get things together. So your host can continue to do these shows for you guys in, the most extreme of temperatures. Again, I don't know. I feel bad for anybody who's working down here in this shenanigans, to be honest. I'm just standing here. I could only imagine working out here in this heat. I used to work out in the heat back in the day. Detailed cars and stuff in an air-conditioned shop. Way back when. Detailed and worked on cars, detailed, did all kinds of things in an unair-conditioned area, but oh, that sounds like that fighter jet taking off. Don't have any sort of eyes on it, but I believe that was that fighter jet that landed earlier this afternoon. Ow. Taken off. As we turn back to Etihad, getting ready to head back to Abu Dhabi. See that we've got one at home that connects to a lawn chair, but I couldn't find it before I left. I was going to attach it to the arm, try to attach it to the arm of the camera here, but I could not find it before we left the house. I have two of them and no clue where they are. They were like $9 at Dick's Sporting Goods. I didn't see a Dick's on the way down here for us to stop at, but probably would have been a good idea to pick up another one of those. And given the fact that this umbrella is broken, that makes it pretty decent, because it's kept it short. This would work pretty good in the rain too. Alright, Etihad on the move. 787 Dreamliner. Or A350, excuse me. Right on time too, 3:09 p.m. Wait, it is a Dreamliner today. I thought it was. I thought I was right. No, A350 for Etihad. It is the Dreamliner. Again, Etihad about to make that 14-hour flight back to Abu Dhabi. After hanging out here since about 10 o'clock this morning, they landed around now we bought the umbrellas last year, and we took them down and we put them away, and now I can't find them. They're supposed to be with the lawn chairs, but I have no clue where they are. I don't remember if it was supposed to always be a Dreamliner, but our first couple of episodes with it was the A350. Let's see, with this contraption up here, can we still do arrivals? Oh yeah. It's holding on pretty strong, not gonna lie. As long as it's not in my way. We went through all that trouble, and now the clouds have returned, which is okay. I'm still okay with that. Looks like some significant cloud coverage coming from the mountains headed this direction, so that'll be good for us if it comes this way and sticks around for the remainder of the afternoon. Breeze has finally picked back up a little bit. Right out of that arrival and into the departure of Etihad. Man, I love this livery. Wing flex on those 787 Dreamliners, absolutely amazing. All right, Air Cal, what are you up to? Won't see any 777 departures anytime soon. Probably not till around 6 p.m. So we're looking at another 3 hours and some change for that. Again, as Etihad makes that 14-ish hour flight back to Abu Dhabi. All right. Next up, we've got American Airlines 2792 coming in from Cancun, Mexico. An A321 left there at 2 hours, 14 minutes ago. Sitting at 437 likes. Thank you all for continuing to smash the like button. It is, in my opinion, it is one of the best liveries on the A380 too. And we've had this conversation before, but I prefer the A350 to the Dreamliner any day, honestly. Just my personal opinion. We're going to get a little wind here. We'll see how well the umbrella handles that, or how well the tripod handles that with the weight of the umbrella on it. Try to lay that back just a little bit so it doesn't get in the way. Air cowl looks like it should be about ready to go. Oh, no worries. It happens. No big deal. I actually don't ever, for whatever reason, they don't show you how many dislikes you actually get. So no worries on hitting the dislike button. I don't even know if the dislike button does anything. But I'm glad you guys are still smashing the like button here again. It's turning out to be quite a nice afternoon. Hopefully this cloud cover's coming in and gonna stick around here. I'm gonna keep an eye out to the west. Here it does in fact look like it might stick around, so I may end up taking this umbrella down because I keep hitting myself with it. You know, I may have spoke too soon about the 777s because there are beacons on for this one right here. So maybe this 777 right here getting ready to go somewhere. Wind's picking up a little bit now too, so that should be good. So maybe this 777 getting ready to go somewhere. I know the APU is running. Oh yeah, the wind's picking up. I gotta take this apart. All right, give me a minute. Hey. Holy cow, thank you so much. $100 donation. Merely? Names are hard for me. Thank you so much for that $100 donation. Holy cow, thank you so much. That's the biggest donation we've had in a while, isn't it? Thank you so much. Glad you liked the show. And thank you for the support. Absolutely fantastic, you guys. Greatly appreciate that. So that almost, with that and Ramona's donation, that almost pays for the trip. Almost. Actually, no, it don't. But it's pretty close. Thank you so much. Oh my goodness. Absolutely amazing. Thank you so much. $100 super chat. Lily. All right. Lily, thank you so much. I'm glad you guys enjoy the shows. Thank you all for the support. Y'all hanging out, watching the show. And we talked about it earlier in the show. This is not your normal Charlotte show. I don't know what's going on, and I know a lot of you folks that live around Charlotte and watch this show and have seen us do shows in Charlotte also know that this is not normal for a Sunday show in Charlotte. I don't know what's going on today, why things are as slow as they are. There's our United Express coming across. But a very, very slow Charlotte show. This is bar none the slowest I've ever seen this airport ever, in my opinion. Normally we're running around with our heads cut off, you know, back and forth, trying to call out flights and this, that, and the other. We just haven't really seen it today. We've got, let's hope this one comes this way. We've got a 767-300. I doubt it will, but we'll see. We've got Amazon Air 3358 headed this way from Cincinnati. I have seen the Amazon land over on the right side, so maybe we'll see. Yes, we are on the parking garage, the hourly parking garage on the west side. I almost moved over to the other side. We saw that, well, you guys didn't, but I did. There was a fighter jet of some sort touching down over there. We heard it depart just before Etihad's departure. Then they towed Etihad over here, and I was like, all right, we'll stick around for that. Good thing we did. Again, we still have AirCal over here. But like I said, any of you guys know Charlotte, you know this is not how it is here. 52 likes away, or 51 likes away from 500. Again, Miss Carolina is going to gift out another Carolina Aviation membership if we get to 500, or when we get to 500 likes. So we are getting close. Remember, continue to smash the like button. Also, if you guys are able to watch in 4K, if your internet allows that, make sure you guys are watching in 4K. Charlotte, other than the traffic issues today, Charlotte's been pretty good to us. Internet's been running strong. We've been able to turn up the quality settings on the show. Been running along quite nicely. Got a little breeze action. Moxie 6301 coming in from Newark, New Jersey. That one arriving over on the other side. But I think, is that the first time I've seen breeze? There's a good possibility that might be the first time I have seen breeze, but I've been here quite a bit, but never enough to remember. We know JetBlue pulled out, but now that Spirit's gone, JetBlue was talking about coming back to Charlotte. Beacon's still on for this 777 sitting over here. See where that one decides to go. Got that United Express coming this way. Yeah, that does make it a lot easier parking over here. All right, so our next arrival is coming in from Seattle, American Airlines 8:54, 4 hours 33 minutes of flight time for the A321. We've got a departure going first. We've got that United Express E175. 737 action for departure. Not a MAX. Oops. All right, let's give our arrival a minute to get past all the antennas and light poles here, and we'll head over to that one. Catch it right here about the end of the park. The Charlotte Overlook. ERJ departure. That Amazon Air, I'm going to take one more look at that here. It does look like it's going to come 18 right. I wish it would come 18 center. Now that would be really nice. Last time we saw the Amazon 767, it landed on the left side. Ask and you shall receive. Amazon Prime 767 coming in center. So we're going to get our first heavy jet flying center, looks like. That one a few minutes out. Make sure you guys get that American Airlines tail emoji ready here for this one. The AirCal on the move now as well, the 737. The Amazon Air making their way to center. Heck yeah. That's what we like to see. Etihad did it this morning, that Dreamliner. But we weren't on the air for that one. Again, the one time I'd schedule a show and not get on the air before Etihad, and it decides to fly in center. There is that Amazon. We'll head back to AirCal in just a minute. So maybe that'll mean good things for Lufthansa. I doubt it. But hopefully Lufthansa will come center as well. Give us a little surprise today. I don't know that we've ever seen Lufthansa fly center, have we? Big wing flex there out of that 767. Briefly mentioned Lufthansa. Let's actually see if we can find Lufty. Got American 749 coming in from Madrid. That one 23 minutes out. There's Lufthansa. DLH 428 from Munich, 8 hours 28 minutes, arriving now in 17 minutes. Let's get back to AirCal now as it gets ready for departure. Winds have picked up quite significantly, by the way, here in the last few minutes or so. There's a 777 right behind it, the Lufthansa. Still no movement out of that one. The beacon's still on, but no movement out of this 777 yet. Sue Major, good afternoon. Jimba, good afternoon as well. See, the beacon is still, I don't know if the camera will pick it up. There it goes. Beacon's still on for this 777. Let's find out where AirCal's off to. American Airlines 1510 at AirCal livery off to Nashville, Tennessee. Off to Nash Vegas. Still sitting over there. I can see the bottom of it currently. All right. Go look at this next arrival. Coming in American 1616 from Buffalo, New York. 737-800. Air Cal going to sit over there and take their time. So currently sitting at 461 likes. Got another Mad Dog coming in. Actually, a pair of them coming in together. Got one coming in from Detroit, Delta 1429. That's going to be the second one. Delta 3031 coming in from Atlanta, Georgia. That one arriving in just a minute. 39 minutes of flight time. Still no movement out of the Air Cal or this 777. Watching Lufthansa closely. Fingers crossed that Lufthansa makes its way center. I've clicked on the Amazon flight here once again. It's still on flight radar, just to check to see what kind of flight path Lufthansa is following. And it looks like it might be following its flight path. Now it could make a last minute change and go over to the left, which it kind of looks like it is now, which is sad. But we'll see. I really hope not. You just never know. Still not our Air Cal departure. Come on, Lufthansa. Couple more seconds here, we'll know exactly where they go. 38 likes to 500. We've got a couple minutes here for that A350-900. Can we get to 500 before that arrival? 4 minutes. So if you guys haven't smashed the like button yet, please do so. Hopefully we'll have that A350-9 right here in front of us. That's really what, our second like challenge of the day. We really haven't done too many like challenges today. AirCal getting ready. Whoops, as I don't pay attention to where the camera's going. So we've got the possibility of Lufthansa coming center. I'll tell you guys in just a second. All right, it does in fact look like that A350 is coming center. I can't see it yet, but looking at flight radar, it is in between an American from SFO and Piedmont from Lynchburg. Piedmont landing on the left. American on the right. One of our 717s. One of two. This is the second one of the two. So AirCal sitting out there, American Airlines 1510, headed off to Nashville, Tennessee. Lufthansa making its way here for center. Have I been calling them backwards all day? I can't ever remember. No. 3619. I have. I think I have. It shows you how much I come here. All right, here we go. Lufthansa from Munich. That A350-900 touching down center. That actually sounds perfect. A 2-4 configuration. wish Lufthansa would bring the A350 up to RDU. Or just bring back the Dreamliner even. At least with the Dreamliner we'd be able to see the 100-year livery. I'm really sad today's not a 100-year livery either. One of these days I'll get down here and be able to catch that Lufthansa 100-year. AirCal off to Nashville. Hour 2 of 2 Mad Dog arrivals. Back-to-back arrivals here. All right, so we got a couple 777s off in the distance now. It's time to start focusing on those now that the A350's gone by. And there's another Mad Dog. One of those 777s from Madrid touching down over behind us. Got another heavy coming in from on center. American Airlines 325 coming in from Athens, Greece, 777-200 ER. Up next, cruising at 3,500 feet right now. Arriving in just 3 minutes. So we got a baby bus on the move. A319 action. is that 777 from Greece. 10 hours, 36 minutes of flight time. For this 777. Yeah, Mike, I always have to clarify that we're talking about the 717. Sometimes I have to clarify that it was formerly a Mad Dog, McDonnell Douglas. I've had people in the comments be like, "Stop calling CRJs Mad Dogs," and I'm like, you know, gotta look a little closer at what you're watching. I had this guy get downright mean. He was like, I was a pilot. And I'm like, dude, I'm not talking about the CRJs. All right, this one from Athens, 10 hours, 36 minutes of flight time. Beautiful. Coming in center. Full flaps for the 777. This one right here, you see the tail in the center of your screen, still beacons on, no movement. Frontier coming in. Frontier 2396 coming in from Houston. 2 hours, 3 minutes. Let's check on some more heavies. Gonna get, holy cow. I bet all these will go to the other side since they're coming in from the northeast. So if you guys are following along on Flight Radar, an absolutely long train of planes. 11 in that flow. And another 777. This 777 right here, American Airlines 748, off to Madrid. So this 777 getting ready for departure here in just a minute. Be our first 777 departure of the afternoon. Boy, look at all the planes parked over there now. There wasn't any over there when we got here. Now 20 likes away from reaching 500. So our first 777 of the day, departure, coming up. Nice to see double 777 action. That one taxiing quite quickly. Again, that one off to Madrid, Spain. I'd like to be on that flight. It'd be a nice flight. That one over there, that arrival, coming in from Georgetown. American Airlines at 301, 737 MAX 8. That American 777 turning onto the runway already. It's going to be a turn and burn for that 777. Frontier coming across center. Again, this one coming in from Houston a little while ago. Looks like we got an A319 here. A320. DB, good evening. All right, that last arrival from Milwaukee, American Airlines 2134. Next up, Envoy 4146 from Little Rock. Followed by American 3280 coming in from Chicago O'Hare. Our Chicago flight, the 737. You're waiting on the United Express to get out of the way. Go 10 likes away from 500. So Marty the Marmot, he come in from Houston. It's our flight from Chicago. Next arrival, American Airlines 859 coming in from Nassau on A321-200. See that one in just a second here. A little far out. Very smooth touchdown for this little exec jet. Coming in center. I didn't even see it until I saw the top of the tail. Because I don't even think that was on flight radar, was it? Was not. Contour coming in from Owensboro. 59 minutes of flight time. Followed by United 1633 from Denver, Colorado, an A320. Ignored this 777 now, sitting over here since it's had the beacon on for the last, what, almost an hour. Somebody turned the beacon on and forgot to turn it off. It doesn't look like they're going to get ready to go anywhere anytime soon. Got the United A320 up next from Denver, Colorado. 2 hours of flight time, about 2 hours 5 minutes. Let's see. 2 likes away from 500, then Miss Carolina gives out a membership. Got another one from Tulsa coming up in just a minute. American Airlines 9783. Looks like we've got American Airlines 1463 coming from Bangor, coming in on center. So another center arrival here in just a minute. 500 likes. There you go. Miss Carolina owes another membership. Her third one of the day. So our next one up from Bangor, Maine. There it is. Our 4th center arrival of the day. Is Carolina gifting out a membership? Hold on, I'll have to look just a second. Whoops, as I kick the tripod out of position there. It's really hard for me to see the screen with these sunglasses on. But now the sun's back out, looking up toward the sun. A little bit of a headache. Triple 7 pushing back. Got another one coming in center. This looks like it's going to be Republic Airways 5828, an Embraer E175 LR coming in from LaGuardia. This 777 right here off to Munich. American Airlines at 784. So Miss Carolina gifting out one. That one going out to Debbie Ann. Again, congratulations to everybody who's been gifted a membership today. Again, if you've been gifted a membership, feel free to use the emojis in the chat. So again, this one off to Munich. We did not see the Piedmont Retro. It was due out at 4:07. It landed at 2:30. And we didn't see the USA 250 either. That was at 12:30. So several specials we missed out on. Up to 507 likes so far this afternoon. Here comes that other center arrival, that Delta Connection E175. I should have just waited, stuck it out over here. Went with United. These United crosses. good. So that 777 on the move now finally. Got a Contour Airlines hanging out just past it. You know, you see where that tractor trailer is right there? That, we drove all through here yesterday, last night, whatever. And man, some of the views up there are pretty darn good. Too bad they didn't make anywhere for you to stop and check out the views. There's one spot, be perfect for the perfect Instagram video or short video if they were coming in from the south instead of coming in from the north. Although it would still be a cool spot to be for the departures, but for an arrival coming from the south, I think it would be an amazing shot. It would be really, really good to be down there when these 777s depart. Oh, the sun is back. Anybody know what time that 777-300 departure is? Does anybody know if that 777-300 departure is on this side or not? I don't think it is. I think it's the other side. Getting this one here off to Munich. It's 777-200. Little exec jet getting out of here. Cessna Citation looks like. No, it's not. Maybe. A 777 hitting the runway already. Gonna line up. Could be a possible turn and burn. We saw that other one a few minutes ago. Be a turn and burn as our A320 passes us by. Does in fact look like he's going to sit and simmer for that 777. Delta A321. Cirrus visual. Oh, go around over on the other side. Got a Cirrus Vision Jet G2. One and only go around this afternoon. I'm assuming either wind related or somebody didn't get off the runway in time. So that 777 off to Munich. Got a Contour Airlines headed this way. Got another arrival. Got a good sounding departure coming this way. Could be that A320, possibly an A319, but I believe this is that A320 getting out there, turning and burning. Not an A321. Contour action, the E1 or the ERGA 145. Should have that Cirrus jet up next. Got another American 777 coming up from Dublin. Stephen Page, good afternoon. Again, good afternoon, everybody. Once again. Alan Lee, good evening to you. So, sitting at 516 likes. Again, if you guys haven't smashed the like button, please do so. It's a Delta A321neo. I thought it was. Hard to tell from that kind of a distance away. That one got the masked windows there. Where did that one come in from? Let's find out. Came in from Salt Lake City, Delta 2070. These two sort things out. We'll get back to that Delta in just a minute. That'll give you guys an opportunity to spam the chat with that Delta emoji in a minute. As we get it closer. Contour on the way. Again, this one from Salt Lake City, Delta 2070. Another pair of Frontiers coming across center. There's that pair of Frontiers. I miss Spirit. Just saying, that was one of my favorite things about this spot. Spirit Airlines bringing a pop of color to this section of Charlotte. Other Frontier. I believe that was Ruby the Reindeer on that one in front. A319 off to Rochester, American Airlines 2424. This next one off to Cincinnati. 737 MAX 8. Oops, somebody finally come over here and turn the light off on that 777. Thought that 777 was going to go somewhere. It is not. Beacon now off for that one. Man, I hit my head a lot. Y'all ever notice that? Surprised sometimes, as hard as I hit my head, I haven't knocked myself out. Especially at work. Of A321s, one coming and one going. Got American Airlines 2759 off to Syracuse. Going to be the next departure. That one there off to DFW. That last arrival, that A321 we saw touchdown a moment ago, that one in from Nashville. Got American Airlines 1950 and A320 coming in from Indianapolis. Up next. Sounds like our departure's rolling. Triple seven lurking out here. American Airlines 704 off to Frankfurt. So again, if you guys haven't smashed the like button, we are over halfway to 1,000. Like I said, we're not going to make it to 1,000 likes today. I was ambitious setting it for 1,000. But again, this one right here off to Frankfurt, this American 777. Let's see, how many American tails can we fit in one shot? A lot. About 8. It's got an A321 off and rolling. That departure off to San Diego, American Airlines 2056. Next one up, off to Fort Myers, American 2442. The 737-800. Bit of an early rotation for that 737. Comes our Frankfurt 777. Got a pushback of an A321 right here in front of us. Hang out with that one while we get the one off to Frankfurt ready to go. Got a United Express. pair of ERJs coming out here. We'll see that 777 in just a minute. All right, a 777 off to Munich. Line up and wait. Thank you, Beagle Mom, for smashing the like button. 530 likes today. Thank you all for smashing the like button. Holding that gear down for quite a while for that 777. Well, you guys, that is gonna do it. And that was the last 777 for us today. Let me take a quick peek at flight radar here just one last time. Had one come in from Dublin a few minutes ago. That is going to end our Charlotte journey today. So thank you guys for hanging out with me here in the Queen City. We will see you guys back at home. I'm not sure when we're going to be back at home. Supposed to be on Tuesday, but I may have to pick up my car before we get there. I've sent my car off this weekend to be worked on. The training center, is that down at, I'm too close, unfortunately. Hey, wait a minute, hold on. We'll end out with that. The 777 from Dublin with the 75 on the side. But again, thank you all. Again, you guys should see us again at some point this week. I'm supposed to be back on Tuesday. Again, my car, I shipped it off to be detailed this weekend, so hopefully I'll have it back by Tuesday. So again, thank you all for hanging out with us here in Charlotte. I know a lot different than what we're used to seeing here in the Queen City. Very, very slow afternoon, unfortunately. But I want to thank you all, channel members, moderators. Thank you everybody for the contributions. Absolutely amazing. An amazing day, regardless of how kind of slow it was here in Charlotte. Hope you guys have a wonderful start to your week, and we will see you again later in the week. Good night, everybody.